2025. It's good to see everybody in the house. How about give yourselves a hand for being here? There's a lot of people in this place. And I want to thank those that are watching online as well. And we got a big schedule ahead of us. So, Madam Superintendent, we call this meeting to order.
Thank you, sir. And the first item on the agenda after calling to order is invocation, and Reverend Mathis will come forward, lead us in the invocation, and then SRO Sirianni will do the pledge. And if everyone would stand and remain standing for both of those items, please.
Thank you. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Lord, we just come to you this evening with thankful hearts. God, we thank you for this beautiful day you've given us today. We thank you for this school system and this community that we're all so blessed to be a part of, God. I thank you for everyone that's here tonight. We're looking so forward to all the recognitions of the great things that our staff and our students have done, God. I want to pray for each of our board members and our superintendent this evening, God, that you'll continue to be with them as they seek to serve this school system and ultimately to serve you, God. Just give them the discernment and the wisdom for all the decisions they have to make, God. And we just thank you as we enter this week of teacher appreciation. It's been awesome just to let all of our staff and students and workers and teachers know how much we love them and how much we care about them, and just how we're a family, God. And we just thank you most of all for Jesus, our hope, our Savior. In His name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is to approve the consent agenda, and on that is the minutes of the last meetings held since the last regularly scheduled meeting. And Ms. Collis, if you'll open those, please. There should be 4 sets. We have had the last regular meeting and then 3 in between. Thank you, Ms. Collis. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
Thank you, Board. We have a recommendation to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is one of my favorite things, the class of 2025 Fannin County High School valedictorian and salutatorium, and I'm going to invite Dr. Ramsey forward to speak about these wonderful ladies. The Lord blessed me the other day to have dinner with them and their families, and I wish I could have been as half together as they are at their age. They are amazing young adults. Sir?
Good evening, Madam Superintendent and Board. It is certainly an honor to be here to talk about these 2 young ladies. So I will ask them to join me up here, please. Stand right there front and center. It's all on you right now. Okay, so we have our salutatorian, Miss Julie Farmer, and she is going to go to Kennesaw State. She's going to major in exercise science, and she's going to become a physical therapist, right? and she has promised she's going to come back to Blue Ridge and fix all my ailments in my old age. So it's good to have people in high places. She is joined tonight by her parents, Jennifer and Gary Farmer. They go with her, and I want to congratulate them and the job that you have done. She is an outstanding young lady, and we're very proud of her and her accomplishments. Our valedictorian is Miss Jacqueline Cracknell. She is going to go to Georgia Tech, and she is going to be a doctor, and she's going to be a transplant doctor. So I hope I'm never on her table. Something has gone terribly wrong if I end up, but we know that she is going to be a success, and her mother Cheryl is here with her, and I want to congratulate you as well on what a fine young lady she is. And we know that they don't get here by themselves, and being especially at Fannin County, if you were there at the NHS inductions the other night, you know we have a lot of smart kids. And to achieve this accomplishment is certainly something that you know, it goes without saying what a tremendous achievement it is. So very proud of both of them. And I also want to point out, give Ms. Danner some props back there, that these both went to West Fannin. And it's important to remember that, you know, when they're here, you know, the high school, we kind of get to recognize them, but it takes everybody all the way up. And so the job that the elementary schools do, the middle school does, is a direct result of, or a direct reason that they're here with us and doing as well as they are. So just want to congratulate these two young ladies, and let's give them a round of applause. Do y'all want to practice your valedictorian and salutatorian speech?
That's exactly what I thought. But they
Got it
both
down?
love speaking.
They do, yeah. They're excited about that speech. So I think
And
we're going to.
would you all like your parents to be in the photo with us? Do you mind,
Come on
Mr.
up.
Chair?
Come on, Gary.
Okay. You all worked very hard to get them here.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda, we just keep getting to celebrate our people. We just celebrated two of our brightest, and now we want to celebrate some of the teachers that have helped to get them there. So with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Martha Williams forward to celebrate our Teacher of the Years.
Good evening. What an honor it is to talk about some amazing teachers in our district, both on We Are Fannin Week and with a house full of folks like this. You all are going to be very impressed with who our people have elected within themselves and amongst themselves in schools. So each year, Teacher of the Year is begun in January, and everybody in school gets to vote for the teacher that they think does the best job. And so there are lots of qualifications and things they get to say about it. Most everyone thinks that I can't count, though, about it. I'll just tell you now, it's a little confusing. So although it's 2025 right now, our Teachers of the Year that we're about to talk about are for 2027. Crazy. So the reason that is the people who are coming up now, they're going to be their school's representative as the Teacher of the Year for all of 2026. And during that time, they will have the opportunity to become the state's Teacher of the Year for 2027. So it's named 2027. So without further ado, I would like to start with Blue Ridge Elementary. And at Blue Ridge Elementary, the teachers there selected Miss Megan Orton. So Miss Megan Orton is currently a second grade teacher at Blue Ridge Elementary School. She holds the following degrees: a Bachelor of Science degree in early childhood. I think we need him to come help us.
I know.
Come up here with us. You are most welcome to be a part of this. Oh, don't
Don't you
apologize. She has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Early Childhood Education from Shorter University, a Master of Arts degree in Early Childhood Education from Piedmont University, and an Education Specialist degree in Curriculum and Instruction from Piedmont University. And the one thing we didn't have on here is she's obviously an amazing mama. In addition to teaching, Megan is also the JV girls basketball coach and assistant girls basketball coach at Fannin High. And she has long been one of her passions of playing basketball. It has made a vital role in her success as an adult. In her spare time, let's see, I just lost my place. Having the opportunity to nurture that same love and desire in her players is a point of pride. Her pedagogical priorities emphasize building strong, meaningful relationships with her students while also creating an environment where they feel safe and valued. She also feels it is important to continually hold them to high standards and encourage them to strive to reach their full potential while instilling in them the importance of growth. It is Megan's belief that teaching is a God-given ability and a calling. Her why and passion for what she does is because of the children God has allowed her the privilege to work with daily. She is grateful and blessed by the opportunities she has been given, and we are grateful to have you with us. Congratulations, Megan. At East Fannin Elementary, we have Miss Kaylee O'Neill. Kaylee is also a second grade teacher, but this time at East Fannin. She received her Bachelor of Arts in Early Childhood Education from Georgia College and State University. She received her Master of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction from Georgia Southern University. And most recently, O'Neill received her Education Specialist in Reading from Arkansas State University. Last year, O'Neill partnered with Funds2Org and organized a community shoe drive fundraiser to raise funds for seating in her school's outdoor classroom. The shoes went overseas to underdeveloped countries, and in return, the school received funding. The fundraiser was meant to be a way for all students, no matter their financial situation, to partner together to help people who had greater needs than their own. O'Neill is the school representative for the Professional Association of Georgia Educators and relays important information to her colleagues. O'Neill's pedagogical priorities include building relationships with her students and their families and involving families in the learning process. Parents are regularly provided with pictures of their children learning to help involve them in their child's day-to-day activities. O'Neill believes that it is important for her students to know they are loved and are in a family where she is their school mom. The students have a classroom chant that reviews the rules using whole brain teaching. The chant has hand motions that go along with each of the rules. At the end of the chant, students state that the rules make their team stronger. Summarizing the chant, the students state, "Another word for a team is a family." O'Neill believes in classroom community and team building so that students help one another learn by encouraging one another. Students are taught that everyone is different, but family members help one another. The positivity and love in the classroom are not by chance. Rather, they are taught explicitly and modeled daily from day one and encouraged throughout the entire school year. And Kaylee, we thank you for being part of our family. Congratulations. From West Fannin Elementary, we have Miss Caitlin Snyder. Caitlin is a fourth grade reading and English language arts teacher at West. She has been teaching fourth grade for 14 years. Teaching has always been a passion and a sense of purpose for her. Her students are the reason she does what she does. She is a 2011 graduate of the University of North Georgia. She graduated from the university with a bachelor's degree in early childhood education and special education. During her undergraduate years, she was introduced or inducted into the International Honor Society in Education, Kappa Delta Pi. Caitlin was awarded magna cum laude honors from the university upon graduating, and in 2014, she earned a graduate degree in curriculum and instruction from Georgia Southern. Then, in December of 2016, she attained a specialist degree in curriculum and instruction from Piedmont College. All of these educational preparation programs have helped Caitlin become the teacher that she is today. Caitlin's pedagogical priority is that relationships are the key to learning. She teaches so that children will become lifelong learners, gain a deeper understanding of the world around them, and become successful community members. She believes that before any of this can take place, a relationship must be made. This is the biggest component of Caitlin's teaching philosophy, and it is what makes her an outstanding teacher. Congratulations, Caitlin. From Fannin County Middle School, we have Miss Sydney Newton. Sydney is an 8th grade teacher at Fannin County Middle School. She is inspired by her mother, also an educator. Newton discovered her passion for teaching at an early age. As a student in the Fannin County school system, she developed a love for reading and writing, which fueled her desire to teach. English. Her journey began in high school, where she volunteered and tutored students in need of academic and emotional support through the AmeriCorps program. In 2012, Newton earned a Bachelor of Science in Secondary English Education from Kennesaw State University. She began her teaching career at Fannin Middle in 2013, where she has taught 8th grade ever since. Newton furthered her expertise by earning her gifted endorsement and a Master of Education in Middle Grades Language Arts from Piedmont University. Over the years, she has also coached softball, soccer, and cheerleading at Fannin Middle. Newton is deeply committed to building strong, meaningful relationships with her students and colleagues, striving to make a lasting impact on those around her. Every day, she is grateful to God for the opportunity to guide, support, and teach her students during one of the most formative times in their lives. Newton has been married to Andrew Newton since 2012, and together they have 3 children, Emerson, Bridger, and Andy. Outside of teaching, she enjoys spending time outdoors, watching her children participate in sporting events, and attending church. Ms. Newton, we are so proud of you. Congratulations. Last but certainly not least is the Fannin County High School's Terry Flowers. Mr. Flowers is the welding instructor at Fannin High. He teaches career, technical, and agricultural education welding courses to students at the high school, equipping them with practical skills and knowledge to pursue careers in the welding industry. Mr. Flowers attended Tri-County Community College, where he studied welding technology. Though he did not complete a formal degree, his education and experience in the field have been instrumental in shaping his teaching approach. His professional journey includes years of experience working as a boilermaker and contributing to his local family business. His diverse experience in both education and industry allows him to offer students a real-world perspective on the welding profession. In addition to his teaching role, Mr. Flowers is a proud member of the 2025 class of the LEAD CTAE program. This prestigious program connects educators with industry leaders, further enhancing his ability to provide high-quality education to his students. Mr. Flowers' pedagogical priorities are centered around hands-on learning, industry readiness, and fostering a safe, supportive environment where students can build both technical skills and confidence. He is passionate about preparing his students for success in the workforce and ensuring they are well equipped to thrive in their careers. Through his dedication to student achievement and vocational excellence, Mr. Flowers plays a vital role in shaping the future of his students and the welding industry. Congratulations, Mr. Flowers. If all of the candidates would come back up for a quick picture. Also, for everyone out here, you'll hear a little bit more about this program. We have our banquet on Tuesday, and that is when we will know who our district TOTY is for 2027. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you, teachers. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is Georgia School Board Association District 9 Representative, Ms. Karen Armstrong.
Good evening. I'm so glad to be here. What a great presentation, but I feel a little dumpily following the I'm just not speaking well tonight. The two outstanding students and the teacher of the year. These, when I at my board meetings, these are my favorite things, to honor the teachers and the students for all their hard work and dedication. So let's give them another round of applause. I want to thank Mr. Cole for inviting me again. He must like me from the last time I was here. My name is Karen Armstrong, for those 3 new board members. I'm from Dawson County. I've been on the board 3 terms now. I was just recently elected last fall as your GSBA, or Georgia School Board Association representative. And basically what I do is I'm the voice if you have any concerns in your school district or legislation concerns. I don't have a lot to speak tonight because it is the end of the season, but I just wanted to point out a few things. I appreciate the superintendent and the chairman for attending the summer conference, which is June 4th through the 7th. I hope in the future that you all, the 3 new, will attend, because there is a lot of activities and opportunities to get your training and learning different things. We hope that as GSBA that we can be that bridge between getting to know us and getting to know other counties. We hope in the future that you might be interested in doing district meetings or retreats or whatever we can do to help you. I come again to put a face with the name, because you will see me at conferences, and I enjoy coming up here. So any questions for me? One last thing I did forget, I put a buyback website on there. What that is GSBA went through all the different vendors who wanted to help local school boards. And if you are ever in need of materials or anything for the schools, if you go on that website and order from them, a portion of that will go back to the school system. So I just want to let you know. Any questions? Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is special recognitions, and we've got a full house of people to be proud of, and we've got schools full of people to be proud of. But the first person I want to call up is Mr. Danner. If you would come up and to talk about the empty stocking program for us, sir.
Ms. Dillard, I'd like to introduce Mr. Gary Stanley, representing Empty Stocking, and I will not steal any of his thunder, so I'll let him do all the talking. Come up here.
I won't keep you long because I'm not a speaker. I want to introduce ourselves. I'm Gary Stanley. I'm president of the Empty Stocking. This is my wife, Betty Jo. She's secretary. This is Polly Warren, vice president. Robert Buckhannon's vice president, and Larry Seaboat's on the board. And good evening. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. On behalf of the Fannin County Empty Stocking Program, I want to thank Ms. Dillard and the board members for inviting us. Since our program began in 1996, our mission was always to bring Christmas to underprivileged children in Fannin County. But thanks to the continued support of this community, and especially since opening our own thrift store in 2014, we've been able to do so much more. Today, our outreach includes support for school athletics, fine arts, academics, scholarships for graduating seniors, and donations to family that faces house fires or a lost parent. We also proudly support community organizations that make Fannin County a better place to live. This past Friday, we donated $52,000 to our local schools, and in a couple of weeks, we'll be awarding $20,000 in scholarships. With these contributions, we are proud to say that our total giving since the thrift store opened has now surpassed $1 million. And again, thank you for allowing us the time and allowing us to be a part of this evening. It's an honor to serve with every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to take a minute to thank Empty Stocking, and you over the years, anytime that you've heard of a new need, you all have been flexible and just jumped right in to help our kids, so thank you for that. Mr. Chair, for the next special recognition, I want to invite our Director of Transportation, Chris Drury, forward to brag on some of our drivers. Mr. Drury?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege. We don't often get to recognize our bus drivers, but we get to do that tonight, so that's exciting. You know, we're kind of a behind-the-scenes team. We kind of like it that way because if we're getting noticed, it might not be a very good thing. So we like things going well, and we get everyone where they need to be safe. But every year we have an annual what we call bus rodeo, and what the bus rodeo is, our drivers have a chance to show off and practice their skills, and we get a lot of time together. You know, our department, we're kind of all spread out. We just hear each other on the radio. We don't often get to see each other, so it's a time for us to get together. And if you ever can come out and watch, it's pretty impressive how good these drivers are in their skills. But each year we have 3 drivers that we recognize as our winners. So if you would, Miss Liza, I don't think is here tonight, but I think Miss Robin and Mr. Junior is here. So can y'all come on up? And before we recognize them, because I don't get a chance to do as much, do I have any other drivers in the crowd here? I know I've seen a few. Y'all stand up if you're a driver. I know Miss Francis, that's a, get them out. And Miss Francis is famous, so y'all know Miss Francis. So our bus rodeo winners this year, we had third place was Miss Eliza Beavers, and she does for the kids that go to high school. I think she subs a lot over to high school, so but she could not be here tonight. And again, all our drivers, guys, I can't tell you what a good job to do, because you think about it. I argue this hardest job in the school district, because you got about 60 kids on a bus trying to drive and be safe and watch out for everybody else. So, you know, imagine 60 kids in a classroom and then moving that classroom to a bus and trying to make all that work. But they do a wonderful job. Second place is Miss Robin Searcy. And our first place winner, which, how many years in a row, Mr. Junior? I don't know. I've been doing it 2 years, and he's won both years. And from what I understand, he just wins it every year. But Y'all who know Mr. Junior, he's just the nicest person you can meet, but he is an excellent bus driver. And he's quiet, but he is a very, very competitive person. So don't let him fool you. But congratulations, guys. Gotta get the...
And Mr. Chris, not only that, if you want to be entertained, listen to the bus radio of a morning starting about 6:30, and they are all over the county. They know where everybody is. They know what everybody's up to, and they're getting everybody to school. So y'all be careful out there what you're doing. Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite Miss Martha Williams back, please. Miss Martha.
It's me again. You're going to get tired of me by the end of the night. I think there's several more things for me to do. A lot of you will leave by then, so you don't have to get as tired of me as they will. So tonight, we had something really, really neat. There's a new award by the State Department of Education Nutrition Department, and it is called the Garden of the Season. And if you're driving around Fannin High's campus, you will see this placard now there, because our folks at Fannin High, they're rock stars. So I would like to invite Amy Adams, Kristen Stone, Heather Cobb, Donna Rivera, and did anyone else from my cafeteria staff at the high school make it? So what ended up happening is, for those of you who've been involved and watched and read the paper, for several years we've been getting grants and building up a legacy garden that got started long ago by Miss Birch. And we've really revitalized it. We've had welding, we've had construction. Everyone in the world has pitched in to get this garden up and going. And this year we had tomatoes. Not one tomato, not two tomatoes, but tomatoes. And so they all came in and said, what are we going to do with tomatoes? And our cafeteria staff said, let's make marinara. And so they did. And collectively, students grew, made, cafeteria prepared, and our students got to eat the fruits of their own labor, which was awesome. And for that recognition, we received a plaque, and on the picture up top, that is Dr. Lynette Dodson. She is the Deputy Superintendent of Schools in Nutrition for the state of Georgia, who came to visit Fannin High. Is there anything y'all would like to say? I'm just so proud of y'all. It was awesome. You're very welcome. It was a joy. Thank you.
Let's give them.
Thank you. Hey, ladies.
Mr. Chair, now I get to invite the keeper of the big kids back up here, Dr. Ramsey, if you would come up and celebrate some of our children, please, sir. Or, excuse me, young adults. Young adults.
I promise you, you're going to get way more tired of me tonight than you will Miss Williams. Okay, so obviously this is something that we love to do and get to do a lot of because we have some amazing kids and some amazing accomplishments. But first, let's invite our tennis team up, our ladies tennis team up. Before I turn it over to Coach Pass, I just want to take a second to brag on these young ladies and their accomplishment. This year they were region champs and made it to the Sweet 16 and just almost got to that Elite 8. But they had it was a historic season their accomplishments. I mean, we had a couple of them just step off the basketball court and right onto the tennis court, and that's what our kids do. They do so many different things, and they take part in so many different things, and they're successful in so many different things. So congratulations to our young ladies, and congratulations to our coaches, and I will let Coach Pass speak now, and I'll also ask Mr. King to come up here.
Well, I think he read this because he pretty much said what I have written down. Thanks. And just to start off, Junior Dillinger is not always quiet. Okay, 6th grade, loud, right, Junior? Coach, I feel old seeing these teachers of the years. I'm like, I taught over half of them, so I'm like, golly. But I did have a kid this year tell me that I went to school with his papaw. So, yeah. But we are super proud of these young ladies. This is 2 years in a row that they've made it to the Sweet 16. I've been doing it now for, how long? 8 or 9 years, something. I'm not a grandma, it's mamaw. But we're super proud, and I don't know, I've looked, and it's hard to find records sometimes when you look at a minor sport to see what they've accomplished, but this is 2 years in a row for the Sweet 16. Not only do they wash up and look very nice and play tennis, but guys, their GPA, and all of these are multi-sport, multi-activity. I've got band tennis, I've got volleyball tennis, I've got basketball tennis, and track. Did I miss anything? I mean, they're very busy. But the first ones I'm going to introduce is Piper Stromer. She's a 10th grader. Karis Hurd is a junior, and Carly Hurd she's a 9th grader. So y'all step out a little bit. These were our kids that played. This is their first year playing tennis, and if you've ever played tennis, you know that it's kind of hard. It's not something you just go out and pick up real quick. So I was very blessed with those 3. Glad they came out. The next 2. Gracie Tutterow and Tabor Pass, they played JV for us last year. Step out. And these 2, with us having to share athletes with track and band and basketball, both of these had to play singles and they had to play doubles. So they had a little bit more of a tough time with certain things, but they did awesome. Kendall Clore, she is my 3-year letterman. She's the only one that's been out here for 3 years, okay? And then I've got Maddie Schuneman. Maddie's our band kid. This is her 2nd year. She played singles for us, did an awesome job. And the last is just these 2, right? So I've got Izzy. I've got it written down. I don't know why I wrote it down. But I got Izzy Jabley, who came out and played last year. She's a phenomenal player. She went, let's see, I have Maddie's. Maddie was 10-3 this year. Izzy came out. She was 12-0. And Sadie Patton, one thing about Sadie, she's a freshman. She was 13-0. But if you know anything about tennis, you play 6-0, 6-0. She played 159 games and won 152 of the 159 teams in tennis. So I don't know of any freshman that's ever accomplished that. And Mark Miller, he's the backbone of all this. He is our region assistant coach of the year. I don't know if you knew that yet, so. But super proud of all of you. Like I said, they're great in the classroom, on the court. They're just great kids to have around. So congratulations, ladies.
Dr. Ramsey, keep impressing us.
Well, I will say, whatever quiet gene Junior has, he did not pass it on to his children or grandchildren.
Amen.
Okay, next up, we have our weightlifting team. So if our weightlifting team will come on up with Coach Woodall. It's good to see you. It's not hard to see their weightlifting team, is it? That's some big, strong boys. Again, just very proud of them. Not, you know, we could say this about everybody up here. They're coming up here because of their accomplishments. They're coming up here because of what they have achieved. But the most impressive thing about them is the kind of people they are, and the kind of young men they are, the kind of young women that our tennis team is. Every day, they represent us so well. And that's a direct reflection on their families and the job they've done. It's a direct reflection on them as people. So very proud of the young men they are, very proud of their accomplishments. They were a state runner-up as a team, and they had, I believe, 4 individual state champions. I won't steal Coach Woodall's thunder. I'll let him talk about those individual accomplishments. But I just want to say how proud I am of y'all, and congratulations on your accomplishment, and you as well, Coach.
All right. So as Dr. Ramey said, Fannin was the state runner-ups in Class 1A Division I at the Lee Murray State weight competition back in March. We had 24 young men that competed. Obviously, we don't have all 24 here, but we've got a bunch of them here. Here's what's pretty neat about this group. Coach Pass touched on it about how much our kids do. When you go to these weight competitions, it's generally a lot of football players that make up the teams. But here at Fannin, we had obviously our fair share of football players, but we also had wrestlers, track and field, golf, tennis, baseball. I think I hit it all. So it was an athletic-wide effort to achieve what was achieved. So that was pretty neat. So of the 24 that competed, 11 were state placers. Of those 11, 4 were state champions. As proud as I am of the way they performed, I'm equally as proud of the way that they carried themselves and the way that they represented Fannin throughout the day. I had several volunteers who were working the event stop me, go out of their way to thank me for the way that our kids handled themselves, how respectful they were, not only to them but also to the other competitors, which says a lot about their character, says a lot about the way they were raised, says a lot about their teachers, the administrators, and their coaches as far as the standard that they're held to. So real quick, I do want to recognize our 11 placers and champions. So we had Jacob Green, who finished 6th in the heavyweight division. We had Logan Thompson, who finished 5th in the 160-pound weight class. Brody Angel finished 5th at the 170-pound weight class. Brody's actually on the bus heading down to Thomasville to compete in the Final Four tomorrow, so we want to wish the soccer team good luck. Landon Poole finished 4th in the 140-pound weight class. Jacob Dye was 4th as well in the heavyweight division. Colton Gray was 3rd in the 205-pound weight class. Noah Thompson was a state runner-up at the 245-pound weight class. Our 4 state champions were Bryson Cole at the 160-pound weight class, Cooper Bourne at the 225-pound weight class. Cooper is actually a back-to-back state champion. He won the 205-pound weight class last year. We had Odin Ray Gutierrez, who won the 245-pound weight class. And then Case Holloway won the heavyweight division, and like Cooper is a back-to-back state champion at the heavyweight division. And Case was also awarded the Class 1A Division I Lee Murray Award winner. And that is awarded to the individual who lifted the most total pounds in Class 1A. I think it was 655 pounds, and here are 2 lifts. Is that right? So a lot of weight being moved. This is a testament to them and the work that they put in the weight room. Definitely a lot of sweat and probably some blood poured out in the weight room over the last several years, and for some of them 4 years. So congratulations, great job, and thank you for all you've done.
I want to jump in and say congratulations again also to the tennis team. But to all of our athletes for what they do, because it is a testament. You heard it here and you heard it over here that a lot of our athletes are doing a lot of other things, not just one sport. They're day in and day out working to get better at what they're trying to achieve, and obviously they've been very successful. In the classrooms, on the fields, and everywhere that they go, they're doing the great work, and they're better people across the board. So congratulations to all of you.
And Dr. Ramsey, not only are we blessed to be able to offer athletics to our students, but we also are able to offer extracurricular activities in the fine arts and civic responsibilities. But let's brag on some fine arts for just a minute, sir.
Let's do that. You're about to meet some very talented people. You're about to meet some movie stars. So I think they're going to set up an autograph table outside in the lobby afterwards if y'all want to get it. But let's have our band. And Mr. Davis, come on up, please.
We'll take care of that in a little while.
It's coming. It's coming. Hey, watch your feet. Watch your feet. Okay, we're going to take a few minutes and we're going to talk about our band and talk about their tremendous accomplishments throughout the year. But before we do that, I want y'all to see a video.
Come on. Get down here. Keep moving.
Oh no. Stop it! Look away!
Come on, I don't have all day. Yeah. Yeah.
Bazinga!
They look a lot different in person, don't they? So, I mean, that's them showing off their talents and voicing and playing their instruments and doing this. And what a great opportunity and what a great experience for them to get to do that. And just extremely, extremely proud of this group. And as we've said, you know, about our tennis team and our weightlifters, outstanding group of young people up here. And so just always proud of them and how they represent us and how they go out there and perform. And now they're famous. So we're, like I said, going to get some autographs afterwards. We do have to watch the coffee, though. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis, and he's going to talk a little bit about this year. And congratulations to you and what a job you've done.
Okay. Well, so after a really fun marching season, it was important to me to maintain and encourage the positive program and culture and high rigor that the band is known for. With a little faith and a lot of hard work, we were able to grow tremendously, with the students earning well-deserved straight superiors and straight A's at large group performance evaluation. After that amazing success, the icing on our cake was our trip to Universal. both in celebration for the success of this year, but also as musicians and recording artists. If you were one of the voices in the short film, will you raise your hand? Or if you made any of the sound effects or any of it? So all the character voices you heard, that was them. All the sound effects. And of course, all the music in the background, they recorded that too. They were invited behind the scenes at Universal Studios and taken into a former filming location for NBC's The Tonight Show, where they were met with sound engineers, real-world recording equipment, and volunteers. So, and then we asked volunteer students to get up and record voices. Sometimes they didn't volunteer, and their friends voluntold them. I think that happened with Gabe. So, but they were taught in the style of being a Foley artist. And then the entire ensemble recorded the background track for that trailer for The Secret Life of Pets. It really was, for me, a wonderfully educational experience, and I'm sure it was for the students as well. And I believe they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. And I'll just say that I'm really proud of you guys, and it's a privilege to stand in front of you every day.
Now, my school happenings presentation's coming up, so nobody leave, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Should be pulled up.
Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is the construction and facilities update. Ms. Collis?
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Ms. Collis, yeah, if you'll just get it going. I thought I had two on there, that's fine. Ton of pictures. Go ahead, Ms. Collis. Just run right through it. As the picture's going through, Maintenance Department has completed 1,991 recorded work orders. If you go by there now, you see these pictures. These are less than 30 days old. And so again, I can't keep up with them. And so again, just a ton of work's going on. The decking's been installed there on the Athletic Performance Center. The MSC wall from the softball bleachers to the Athletic Performance Center continues. That's it there. Softball and baseball bleacher retaining wall has been waterproofed and backfilled. Underground detention pond number 1 is complete. It's 152 feet underground. That's already been covered up. Underground detention pond number 2 has begun. It's 210 feet. That is number 2. That's number 1 started right there. It's already been completed. The Hinton facility, the plumbing, electrical, rough ends complete. Footers have been dug, so again, waiting on the slab to get poured. The third base softball and first base dugouts. The footers have been dug, ready to pour for the dugouts. They're getting ready to start on the MSC wall coming off of the baseball third baseline dugout. On April the 22nd, we had a meeting with William Strength, high school admin, athletic department, and coaches regarding weight equipment. April 29th, had a meeting with the architect and the high school admin regarding color schemes at the facility. Facilities going on, the high school new gym HVAC RTUs have been delivered. They're actually at the shop. West Fannin HVAC RTUs and PMUs have been delivered. East Fannin HVAC RTUs are scheduled to ship May the 13th. Middle school bleacher, retaining wall footers have been dug, hopefully pour those next week. High school Salto upgrade, the database is being built by the contractor now, and the East Fannin LVT is scheduled to begin June the 1st.
Excellent. And Mr. Danner, all the construction that you've shown has been covered with SPLOST funding, correct?
100% SPLOST funds.
Excellent. Thank you. So,
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
I've seen one big old hole dug and filled up, then they're digging another one. What is that?
Which one, Mr. Beard? There's a bunch
I
of
think
them.
he's talking about the detention
Either one of 'em.
ponds.
Probably the detention pond. Ms.
With the
Collins,
big
if you want to
pipes?
back up real quick. So again, underground detention pond.
Well, there's one over there where close to the highway, and then they're digging one over there.
Correct. The pictures here is the one that was right past the old parking lot by the bus garage.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Keep going there, keep going, Ms. Collins, keep
There it is.
going, keep going. Keep
Mr. B,
going.
it's like a big old fancy French drain is what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, so I asked the guy who's installed it, stop right there, Ms. Collins. I said, all right, listen, so it goes out the back right-hand corner. So I asked the guy, I said, tell me this, water's gonna go down up here on this end. What's gonna keep that water from going to the least resistant? And he grinned at me real big. And this one's different than we had that was installed in 2009 at the football stadium. This one perks. So you got a foot of gravel, you got that black blanket, and then you got another foot of gravel, then you got all your pipes in there. So when this thing gets activated, this is always gonna have water. The only time it's gonna go out the pipes is when it starts perking. It gets so high, then it's gonna start trickling out. So all that parking lot is going to that detention pond, and then it's gonna keep downstream from getting washed out and everything. Again, this is number 1. This is only 152 feet. So we got 3 more coming. One of them's being installed as we speak. That's 210 feet. 2 more that's 210 feet all around the bend.
Okay.
I just don't understand there's that much water that comes through, but I don't have acronyms behind my names.
It'll be ready for it if it comes, won't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's your big hope, not the aquatic center.
Mr. Danner, how
Yes,
are we
sir.
doing on time as far as the original schedule of completion?
Original schedule completion date is July of 26, which will be next summer. So we are not behind schedule.
Okay.
I know Tanner, the superintendent on the job, he watches every board meeting. He'll give me a little bit of everything. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't know if it's months, weeks, days, but again, we've been blessed with weather. Even though, a good hard heavy rain knocks them out for a couple of days, and we thought this whole week was gonna be a washout, but again, they just poured it on. And I'm gonna quote Dr. Ramsey, which I hate even admitting, but these guys, they find things to do if it is raining. There's always somebody there. They might not be moving dirt, but again, and there's nothing in the dry yet as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I got a question after that question. What's anticipated to be done first, the fields or the building?
The Performance Center will not be completed before the fields. So they're thinking the fields will be ready first. But if the fields are ready and the press box not ready, I would like, me personally, it just depends on how everything goes. But it's almost like closest to industrial, it's moving that way. So that area is going to get finished first. The Performance Center is just going to take time because you got 2 levels and all that type of stuff as well.
So anyway, it's ready for this coming season?
Softball, probably not.
That's what I was afraid to hear. Yeah.
You said he watches every meeting, right?
He normally does. He normally does.
Maybe we can encourage him to speed up, right? No,
Well,
good
So
job.
what was your question again, Ms. Weeks? I believe, what about softball being ready?
Softball, there's no way that they can play softball in August.
But possibly tennis and baseball.
Possibly tennis, possibly baseball if they make it long. But again, the completion date is July of 26. That's what's on the.
Started the structure for the press boxes yet, correct?
They've got it backfilled, got it tempered. They will actually start they'll start laying it out probably next week. The hitting facility, they'll probably start pouring footers next week. So
Press boxes are different than the multi-sport, multi-purpose.
yes, yeah. Press box is in between the baseball and softball.
So they just gonna get the steel set on it and then move over to that, or?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Good questions that I'll have answers to. Tanner, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Chair, is school governance team update, and Dr. Ruth.
Good evening, Board. For the school governance team update, we have first off Blue Ridge Elementary. We had no fundraiser requests, field trip requests, or facility use requests, but we did have a good bit of notable work. Shared the banner that we presented at the previous board meeting about the growth that we've made in third grade reading there, and had some glows and grows when it comes to some walkthroughs we've been doing at Blue Ridge Elementary. And they discussed input for the school comprehensive needs assessment, and confirmed team member self-assessments, and also reviewed the school handbook with some suggestions, and then discussed the election and the appointments that are coming up when it comes to the new individuals that will be coming on to the SGT, and then also safety upgrades. East Fannin, notable work there, approved the student handbook and code of conduct, discussed the school improvement plan goals, shared the school compact and parent engagement plan, and announced upcoming SGT election, which is taking place. Those elections are taking place currently. SGT self-assessment also was discussed at that meeting. West Fannin did have a couple field trip requests. Third grade going to Six Ponds Farm. That's Dr. Jill DeLine's farm there. And then second grade going to Chattanooga Zoo. Notable work, comprehensive needs assessment, school improvement plan, Title I carryover funds, and also the SGT self-assessment. And then also discuss the vacancies that will take place there for elections and appointments, and STEM and STEAM exhibition, and things that will come up on the SGT future agendas. And then also We Are Fannin postcards. One of the students there won the design for those postcards we've been using. And then also thank Coach Chad Cheatham for giving the students a pep talk before the milestones. Middle school did have some fundraiser requests, also some field trip requests there, and also some facility use requests. Notable work from the middle school, again, school handbook, proposed dress code, current parent and family engagement policy and school parent compact, and then also the SGT self-assessment. And then finally, high school, Did have several fundraiser requests, field trip requests, and several facility use requests. And then notable work, talked about the prom that is now taking place, and then graduation coming up, and then the SGT, the elections, and the self-assessment, and discuss school mascot. And as usual, the minutes for all of those school governance team meetings are housed at the schools.
Thank you, Dr. Reef. All right, next item on the agenda, Mr. Chair, is public comment. Mr. Danner, do we have any public comment, sir?
Yes, ma'am, we have two. First public comment is Mr. Caleb Barnes. His topic is follow-up.
Welcome, Mr. Barnes.
So you didn't get that taller mic stand. Didn't get that taller mic stand. Good evening, board. I'm here tonight with a much calmer heart from the last time we met. And I've come back to thank y'all for the time over the last month that we spent speaking about the issue, trying to come to some type of resolve. I feel like now the issue has the attention to it that I felt that it should have in the beginning. I spoke with each of you this month, and even though you still weren't able to provide a lot of information because of the law, I do appreciate that time and the communication that we've had. I'm not completely at ease, but after speaking with y'all, I do feel like you're looking into it and working on a resolution. I did want to give a special thank you to Ms. Weeks and Mr. Patterson. They kept up with me throughout the month. I asked a lot of questions to try to gain understanding, and thank you for the face-to-face sit-downs, Ms. Dillard, to go through everything that we could. I want to make sure that y'all know that it wasn't my intention to demonize the child for what had happened, but rather to highlight the safety issue at hand. I realize that when a child gets in big trouble, they're sent to an alternative school. I believe that it works kind of like jail does. You have one person in there for a small crime, but while they're in there, they follow them with someone that commits larger crimes, and that eventually leads them to a life in and out of the system. My fear is that this may happen in our alternative schools. And I don't know that, but it's a fear that I have. I came here to champion safety first, and I don't take back a single syllable from what I said before. But I do want to make sure that a kid that makes a mistake isn't thrown away to fend for themselves. They're young people going through some pretty grown-up situations, feelings, and experiences. I wanted to ask, if possible, what the success rate is for kids that get sent to alternative school for them to come back to regular school and do well. A lot of these kids, I think all they need is the right guidance, and they can get them back on track. Hope that we continue still working toward a solution and preventing future incidents for any kind of safety for anything that may happen. I do appreciate y'all's time, and I'll see y'all next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Ms. Dillard, our second speaker is Mr. Dustin Smithson. Topic is thank you from the library board.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Smithson, thank you.
Thank you all for having us. Wanted to formally thank you for helping us with the library. If y'all have driven by, you've seen the construction going on, still on target for later this year being completed. Couldn't happen without y'all's support. And don't know if y'all want to say anything, but good. Have a thank you card as well. So thank you all so much.
It is absolutely thrilled. Thank you.
Thank y'all. That's it, Mr. Danner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is to approve West Fannin Elementary playground equipment. Mr. Danner?
Ms. Danner from West has sent a request in to purchase playground equipment there at West. There's the memo on the board. $29,500 will be from SPLOST funds, $54.99 from West Fannin Elementary, and $5,000 from West Fannin PTO. As you recall, we give each school SPLOST money, and then they choose how to spend it. So again, that will wipe out West Fannin SPLOST funds. So, but there's actual quote, same company that West used a couple of years ago, the same that Mr. Price used, which actually completed today, Mr. Price, if I remember correctly. He sent me a picture of it. So again, a reputable company. Go ahead, Ms. Collis. And then, so the actual actual memo request, again, I'd like to request purchase of the playground from Pro Playgrounds for West Fannin Elementary in an amount of $39,999. SPLOST funds $29,500, West Fannin Elementary $54,999, and West Fannin PTO $5,000.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, we have a recommendation to approve West Fannin Elementary playground equipment purchase. Do I have a motion?
I make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to make a comment, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to point out that $34,000 of that, well, excuse me, $29,500 is being paid by SPLOST, and I understand West Fannin has a very active PTO. I'd like to congratulate them, and if the PTO is contributing $5,000, so great community effort there, great cost savings. So it's good for the school.
Any further comment? Good. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is to approve the revised, rescinded, and new policies in sections A through D. And I'm going to ask Dr. Roof to come forward since these have been tabled since April 10th, 2025. Dr. Roof?
All right, good evening again, Board. Ms. Dillard. Yes, to get to the exciting stuff, the policies. As Ms. Dillard said, these are the policies that have been tabled since the previous board meeting, and these are the ones that are now on the table for approval tonight. We received no input for the previous month on these policies, so we are just going to go through the table because I know that you've had the month to review them, to look at them. So we're going to go through the table to just list off which policies that we're talking about here tonight. So the first one on the list that was revised is BCAC, special board meetings. The next one, BCBI, public participation in board meetings. Then we have a new policy that's recommended, and that is policy CN, administrative records. Other revised policies, policy DFK, gifts and bequests. Policy DG, depository of funds. We have a new policy, policy DI, accounting and reporting. And then we have revised policy DIE, fraud prevention. Policy DJED, bids and quotations. Policy DK, student activities, funds management. And then a new policy, policy DO, school properties disposal procedures. And those are, again, the policies that are on the table tonight for approval. And I do want to say one thing before I turn it over to Ms. Dillard, is that just a reminder that these have been vetted by GSBA, and they've also been vetted by PKKN, which is the law firm that helps us develop these policies.
Thank you. And Dr. Reef, also attached to that, we do have the actual manual
Yes.
if anyone has any questions. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve the revised, rescinded, and new policies in Section AD to the Fannin County School Board Policy Manual.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to present to the board for a motion to approve, rescind, revise, and the new policies in Section AD. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, sir. Is there any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Reef. The next section of policies under review is sections E through F. And Ms. Collis, if you'll pull that up, please. It is a very short section with very few recommendations. Of course, I will go through the chart first. Their EDC is transportation safety. It is a required policy, and there is going to be one requested revision, and that is that the last paragraph of that policy is no longer relevant to the times because it has to do with notifying parents about the schedule of the buses, but now we have Here Comes the Bus, which actually does more than what our policy had recommended for our parents. The next one, the next two are policies that it has been recommended to rescind or abolish, and that's EDDA, special use of school buses. And this is already addressed by law, and if you have something addressed by law or state board rule, it's redundant to have a local policy, so the recommendation is to remove that one and handle that, those procedures administratively. The other one is EDDB, walkers and riders. And again, this policy is not required or recommended, and it is recommended that that be handled procedurally at an administrative level. EEE, wellness program, it is recommended to retain that policy as is. And then Section F has, we currently do not have any policies in Section F. There are no required policies in Section F, and it is not recommended by GSBA that we implement any at this time. And Ms. Collis, if you would open those other ones, EDC, if you would go to that one, Ms. Collis, and it will show the strike through of the last paragraph that talks about being sure that if parents call to know what time the bus is coming or not coming, to let them know. Of course, we would let them know. We don't have to have a policy to do that, but we do have Here Come the Bus software as well. The next two are the ones that it's recommended to abolish. And then the last one, Ms. Collis, is not on the table because there's no recommendations for that policy. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve to table the revised and rescinded policies in Section E through F. And they will be tabled for until the next regularly scheduled meeting. And if there's any public input, they will be on the table, and you can either go through Assembly or reach out to Dr. Roof directly, and he will take the revisions into consideration and bring them back to the board.
Thank you. I will make the motion to approve tabling policies review section E through F. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, sir. Is there any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is another time to celebrate, and with that, we're going to get Dr. Ramsey to come on back up and strut your stuff, sir.
I want to welcome everybody to my school happenings presentation, and I want to invite you to get settled in. My apologies, it's going to take a while.
I told him to not apologize if he has too
Yeah,
much
but Darren's back there
stuff
threatening
to
me,
contain.
so it's, you know, I'm getting mixed signals here.
Well, mine's stronger.
That is true. That is true. You got the whole superintendent thing going for you. So we do have a lot to talk about, a lot to celebrate, and I did, you know, make it as short as possible, but there's a lot of stuff going on. Our kids are doing a lot of great things. Our faculty is doing a lot of great things. So we want to talk about that and give credit where credit is due. First, you know, just want to talk about our Impact Center. Our Impact Center now is in its second full year, and this was started to help kids who had fallen behind, who had situations going on, who just needed a different situation than what the traditional regular high school gave. And so we started this as a way for them to work at their own pace, to get caught up, to move ahead, you know, whether they needed to go work, whether they needed to help their family, whatever it was. And as a result, we've been able to have 31 early graduates as of April, 124 credits earned during the spring, and 155 credits earned during the fall. And most of those are catch-up credits, getting them where they need to be able to graduate on time and in some cases early. So we're very proud of that program, very proud of the kids who are putting the work in, not giving up, you know, keep on hammering and doing what they need to do to get that high school diploma, and the teachers that are working with them. Next, you know, we've talked differently. Mr. Roof has talked about different things in academics and our EOC scores. I want to touch on our AP scores. As you can see there, in every area, Fannin County High School is higher than the state and the global average. FCHS there is in the blue, the state is the red, and the global is the yellow or gold, or I don't, whatever color that is. and you can see that the high school is higher than both areas. And again, that goes back to the work that our students are doing, the work they're putting in to be able to prepare for those tests, the work that our teachers are doing. So we're very proud of that and the accomplishments that they're making there. And then I wanted to show you this as well, because what we want to happen is we want the number of kids taking AP classes to go up. We want the number of kids taking these AP exams to go up and passing. And as you can see, it's trending up. For the most case, it is trending up. And looking at that green, you can see that the last 2 years, the percent of AP students with scores of +3 or higher has gone up, and that's what we're shooting for, right? You want the percentage of kids. We don't have the same number taking AP exams every year, but you want the percentage of those 3 or better going up, and that shows what they're accomplishing in the work they're doing, and it can lead to getting credit for college courses. And then you just saw this, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, Garden of the Seasons Award. Obviously very proud of the fact that our teachers and cafeteria are working together. Our cafeteria staff is so involved in what goes on in our school. I told these ladies here when they came to present the award to our cafeteria staff and to Miss Stone and Miss Adams, how well they worked together and how involved they were in our school and everything that was going on with our school. If we're having a dress-up week, they're dressing up, or they're decorating the cafeteria, or they're making billboards, or they're doing different themes with food. So we're just very fortunate to have the cafeteria staff we have, and obviously the teachers we have. And then Veterans Day, and that's one of the things about, you know, presenting here at the end and having to go all the way back. Guys, hands down, I'm probably more proud of this program than anything we do. There's nothing that deserves more respect than the service that these men and women give our country to protect our freedoms and protect our rights. And I am always so proud of how our students treat them and the respect that they show our veterans. And this is almost completely done by our students. That's our students that prepare the meal, that serve the meal. They serve as hostess, they speak. They do all the different things that go into this program. Our band plays. So this is just one of those that has so much community pride, and I'm so proud of our community for doing this. And our kids, I'm just always so proud of how they respect our veterans, respect the service that they give. And then our family science night. This is what Miss Howard does this, and she puts this on, and it helps with our Title I, but she puts this on, and we have different experiments going on throughout the school. As you can see there, we got a lady there handling a snake and a young man there touching the snake. He don't look too sure about it, but touching the snake, and the different experiments that go on and the different things they get to see from science. And it's just a way to try to get our kids excited about science, get the kids coming up excited about science, and just a way, again, to have that community involvement and do those different things. And this year, thanks to our audio enhancement, we were able to play the theme for Jurassic Park the entire night. It sounded like you were in Jurassic Park the entire night. So that was cool, and then that was thanks to our audio enhancement. And then Mr. Flowers. Mr. Flowers is still here. I told him you better not leave. I guess you voluntold to be here. Is that what it was? Mr. Flowers, as you know, was chosen for lead CTAE, and I know we've talked about that, but guys, that's a big deal. I mean, that is something that deserves a lot of recognition, and it goes back to the work that he puts in, the things that he does for our students is phenomenal. I mean, we have students who walk out of our high school and they start welding right away, and they're making big money. He takes our kids to compete against colleges, and we consistently beat them. And he just does so many things and prepares our kids for their career and their life after high school. And that's what it's supposed to be about. So not only was he participating in the lead CTAE, he was also chosen as our FCHS Teacher of the Year. And so that just shows you that teachers can come in all shapes, forms, and sizes. It doesn't take a college degree. He did his from that real world experience, and he's knocking it out of the park. So very proud of him. And I got to admit, I'm pulling for him Tuesday to be the District Teacher of the Year. And that's nothing against the others, but I'm pulling for him. And then homecoming. And I want to give credit to Miss Young on this, Miss Amy Young. She put so much work into making our homecoming week truly a homecoming. We've had so many different events. This is movie night on the football field. Now we can show it on our big screen, but we had movie night on our football field. Now this is right before the storm hit, but we had movie night, and a lot of kids participated in that. You're confusing me, Miss Collis. You're all over the place.
I'm sorry. There's multiple homecomings.
Yeah,
You didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah. Let's move on from this slide then. This is our homecoming parade, and this is something that we started 4 years ago, I believe, and it has grown each year. And this year, as we were going down, we kind of doubled up. As we were passing the intersection there on one side, we were still going on the intersection on the other side. And we just have such tremendous participation from community groups, from Rec League, all the elementary schools participate. And it's turned into a huge thing where they put all this work and time into the floats. And like I said, so many different community events, so many people show up to watch it. So just very proud of that and that parade and how that brings out the community. And then we talked about band earlier. We recognized band earlier. This is their score sheet. I'm not sure it can get a lot better than that. And this is for their large group performance. And the thing that is very impressive about this is not just their scores, which is phenomenal, but also the difficulty of the piece that they played. I mean, that was a lot of the comments on the judges is not only did they nail it, but it was a very difficult piece to do that with. So very proud of the band and the progress that they continue to make. We're always so proud of the band and what they accomplish. A real quick story on the band. I'm bad for this, but we were playing Buford a lot of years ago. And Buford had a coach pass away playing a pickup basketball game while he was at school. Well, the night we went down there to play him, they were dedicating a scholarship in his name. Well, our band always played Amazing Grace, but they didn't know that. They thought our band was playing Amazing Grace because they were dedicating that scholarship to the coach who passed away. And on Monday, my phone is blowing up. I mean, how impressed they were with our band, you know, how classy that was that our band had played Amazing Grace while they were doing that dedication. And they were just so impressed with us. And they thanked me so much for doing that. And I was like, well, you're welcome. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I was like, okay. But that our band has always just done such a great job of representing us, and they continue to do that. So very proud of them. And then this is a picture of them down in their trip to Orlando, and you saw the cool thing they got to do with that. And I know they were very excited about that, and I got nothing but rave reviews about that trip, you know, the way Mr. Davis handled it, the way our kids were. And again, that goes back to always being so proud of our kids and how they go off and represent us. And then drama. Drama in our Warnock this year, they did Hadestown. Right now they are in the middle of their spring musicals, and they are doing Sunday in the Park with George. I didn't know what that play was, but I went and saw it last weekend. They did a 2 o'clock show and a 7 o'clock show. The 7 o'clock show kind of turns into Midnight in the Park with George because it's a long play, but it's a good play, and our kids are so talented and they do such a great job. And you know, I just have so much respect for these kids and for our kids that play in the band because they get to do something that I could never do. I could play a little ball, but I could never act and sing and play instruments. And so just very proud of them and impressed with them. And then prom. I'll go and get off this slide real quick. Let's move on. Prom, that's what I had to wear when I went to school. I'm that old. That was how I dressed when I went to school. Our prom, they put so much work into it, and you know, our kids have such a great time, and they really, you know, they walk in and they really can't believe. This was the Queen's Ball, as it was called, and everybody dressed, and even a lot of our kids took part in dressing in that I guess what colonial type, whatever it was, and taking part in that. There were acrobats there. I don't know where I don't even know how you find acrobats, but we had acrobats, and they were up there twirling and spinning and doing all that. And you see we had a carriage there that was picking the kids up and bringing them over, and just a lot of work goes into this. And it's just another example of our kids and our faculty and staff working so hard to provide opportunities and provide experiences for our kids. So just very proud of them. And then athletics. There's probably not enough words to use, not enough accolades, not enough descriptors to say just how incredible this year has been from an athletic standpoint, academic as well. It started off with football. 7 years in a row our football team has made the playoffs. This year they won their third region championship in the last 5 years, and they made the Elite Eight. You can see there all the individual first team, second team. I'm not going to read those to you, but all the individual accomplishments there. But, you know, very proud of our football program. And it truly is a program. There's a difference in having a team and a program. This is a program. A program is sustained. Coach Farmer knows a little bit about a program, don't you, Coach Farmer? Coach, a program is sustained. So very proud of them. And then softball. Softball qualified for the first round of state, had a great regular season. Went down there and did great in the first round, almost pulled it out, but very proud of them for getting back to the state in the year that they had. Volleyball. Volleyball made the Elite Eight. 5th year in a row reaching the playoffs. We had some school records that were broken. Maggie Ledford, Maddie Pelfrey both broke some school records there with career assist and career digs. And then the individual all-area first and second team awards. So very proud of our softball team and the work that they put in to be able to get to that point. Cross country. 5th year in a row that our girls cross country team won the region. 5 years in a row. And they were the state runner-up. Boys team placed 7th in the state and were state runner-up. And then you had Lindsay Holloway, who was 3rd in the state, and Carly Sams, who was 10th in the state individually. And then we had our first, because we don't have enough going on, we wanted to add something. We didn't want people to get bored. So we added game day competition cheer. And this was our first year of participating in game day competition. And as you can see, it was a successful year. We made the state championship. We got first place at Rumble in the Jungle, and then we got first place at the Tiger Cheer Game Day Classic in Dawsonville. And again, first year, another sport added, more success. And I always want to talk about this because I'm always so proud of our kids and how they support our Special Olympics athletes. We give them a send-off, and then we have a whole slew of kids, a whole slew of our teams that go out there and support them and cheer them on and are there for them when they win and bring back their medals. And so just very proud of how all our kids support each other. And then dance, another relatively new sport in the 3rd year. And again, they qualified for the 1A state championship. And when we recognized them, I told you that if it had been last year, they would have been a state champion because they did different state championships for Palm. And we were first in Palm, but it was just an all-around state championship this year. So very good season for them again. And then we played a little basketball. Historic season in basketball. Our girls won the region. And that's their 3rd region championship in the last 5 years. And they won the state championship. And that is their 2nd state championship appearance in the last 5 years and 1st state championship since a while back. And then our boys made it to the Elite Eight, played for the region championship. All that was the first time in history. So very proud of what they did and what they accomplished and the work that they put in. And then wrestling, we had Landon Poole. Finished 6th in the state. He's been here for us to honor him. And then Michaela Holloway was 5th at state sectional and the first female sectional qualifier. And you know, we now have girls wrestling. Girls have always been able to wrestle, but they had to wrestle on the team, the regular team. Now we have girls wrestling. And then tennis. You just met them. Our girls were region champs. Tremendous season, and she talked about it. And again, I'm just always so impressed with our kids and all the different things that they do. Everybody you see up here does something else. They were successful in what they did right now, but they're successful in the other things they do too. So everybody up here is successful in something else as well. But our girls were region champs, made it to the Sweet 16. As I said, lost a tough one to get to the Elite Eight, and our boys were region runner-up and made it to the state tournament. And then track and field, and this is ongoing. We can't really finalize this. We know that our girls were region champions. We know that our boys were region runner-up. We know that we had some individual champions in Carly Sams and Lindsay Holloway and Presley Daves, and our girls 4x8, Braxton Cheatham, Braden Taylor, and our boys 4x4. They were all region champs. And then last week we qualified a lot more that's going to go down and participate in the state championship. And we anticipate more success there. So very proud of them and what they have done. And in soccer, I was almost late getting here because I was on the bus with them, sending them off. Our boys soccer is on the way to the Final Four down in Thomasville. And with the work they put in, they're on a special little run right here. They have already beat the #2 team in the state So we might as well just take care of the rest of them and win the whole thing. And then our girls made the state playoffs for the 4th consecutive year. And I'm going to tell you something, our girls, we had some pretty key injuries, or I think we'd probably still be playing both of them right now because they were very talented as well. And then baseball. Our boys were the region runner-up, finished with a season record of 16-5, made it to the Sweet 16. Went down to Model, had a little crazy time there where they lost the first game and were trailing in the second game 10-0 when we got rained out. And guys just almost came back and got them. Ended up losing 10-8, but they went back there the next day and battled. And again, that shows you the character of our kids, and they never give up. Never say die, never give up. And then some individual coaching awards. Coach Cheatham was named the 7A Score Atlanta State Football Coach of the Year. So the Region Coach of the Year and State Coach of the Year by Score of Atlanta. There are some different organizations that name a Coach of the Year for the state, and he was named by them, and that's a big one. And then Coach Chastain was the Region Coach of the Year, and then he was the Northwest Georgia Tip-Off Club, AJC, GHSA, GACA, Basketball State Coach of the Year. So he had a pretty good year this year. Overall in athletics, we've had 5 region championships this year, team-wise, multiple individual region championships, and we've had 7 teams advance to at least the Elite 8. So we're not just doing it around here, as we're doing it at the state level. And again, that goes directly to the work that our kids are putting in and the work that our coaches are putting in, and just couldn't be prouder. I've been doing this a long time, and I don't remember a year quite like this one, from top to bottom in all the different sports. And now just talk a little bit about safety and the things that we've done at the high school to improve safety. I've said it 100 times, our job is to educate, but there's nothing we do that's more important than making sure that everybody on that campus is safe. And some of the things we've done, we've installed buzzers. That's on the main entrance right there, that middle picture on the bottom, where you have to get buzzed in to get into. And once you get in, there's another layer you have to go through that you have to get buzzed in. We have put up 2 gates that we lock once parent drop off and the buses are out. We lock those so there's only one way in, one way out the remainder of the day. And then we open them again at the end of the day so that the parents and buses and students can get out in multiple ways. But during the day, there's one way in and there's one way out. And again, that was done just so we kind of know. And I know every level is different, but we need to know who's on our campus and why and what they're doing. And then Mr. Danner's already showed you some of these pictures, but just a huge thank you to SPLOST, and for the willingness of this board and this district to invest in our kids. And you can see there's a lot of exciting things going on, and just couldn't be happier or more excited about that. And then look at that floor. We had the floor redone. You may not even remember what it looked like just a few short weeks ago, but we had the floor redone. It looks great. And fun fact, they no longer make parquet. So we may be the last high school gym in the country with parquet floor, but they no longer make it. So we had to have some volleyball standards put in, and they couldn't replace the parquet floor, so we had to just leave the old ones in and put new ones in. But we just wanted to kind of build on our We Are Fannin theme. We got Lady Rebels on one end and Rebels on the other, and so it looks really good. If you get a chance, come up there and see it, because it looks really sharp. We also have our trophy case done as of today, but I didn't have time to get a picture on this, but it looks fantastic too. That's it. Any questions? Obviously, I'm just very proud of our school and the accomplishments of our students, in all the different areas. And obviously, I left out a lot because it's already been talked about in different areas. And I really did try to be, considerate of time. And we've already had a CTA night, so I didn't say a lot about that. But the things going on there are phenomenal. We just have so many good things going on, and very proud. And I'll say it again. I've said it before, but it's not just us. We're not teaching them to read when they get there. that already has to be in place, and that's the work that our elementary and middle school's doing, and just thankful to those guys for preparing them for when they get there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You've got
Thank
great
you.
people, and they've got a great leader.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask Dr. Ramsey to stay up for the next item on the agenda, which is dealing with officially naming the Fannin County High School quote-unquote new gym. Dr. Ramsey?
It's no longer going to be the new gym. And it's not new anyway, guys. It hadn't been new for a long time.
Wait a minute. When I went to Fannin, the old gym was the new gym, and it hadn't been open
Yeah,
long.
so now, this is, I don't think it requires any action. I think this is just me advising you that the Fannin County High School Gymnasium, known as the new gym, will be renamed the Fannin County High School Coach Johnny Farmer Gymnasium. I'm glad they agreed with me, Coach. So the physical renaming of the gym will take place between now and the beginning of the 25-26 school year. Materials have already been ordered, but we will have a date selected during the 25-26 basketball season where we will honor Coach Farmer and dedicate the gym in his name. And this is being done, I don't think there's any debate, any argument that Coach Farmer had a legendary coaching career. And I think we've got a lot of your former players who are here just for this purpose. I don't know how they tricked you and got you here, but this is why you're here. So whatever you thought you had to do, you're off the hook. Absolutely. So this is just to make that declaration, and we will move forward with doing that. And like I said, you had a tremendous career. You sustained a tremendous career, and there's a difference in having a good year or two and sustaining it throughout a career. So I don't think there's any doubting that you put together one of the best careers in coaching that's been had in the state. There's not a lot that can match up with you. I was hearing Coach Farmer stories when I was coaching over in Dalton and coaching in North Carolina, and I'm not going to share any of those stories, but I was hearing those stories. So that will be my intention moving forward, Ms. Dillard.
Thank you, sir. And with that, will you invite Coach Farmer up for a photo, please?
Will you come on up here for a photo, Coach Farmer?
I had nothing to do with any of the lies that was told.
Absolutely.
Come on, guys. Come on, Jordan.
Jordan was in my first state championship picture as a baby I held. Now he's holding her. Her granddaughter.
Down here.
Well done, sir. Thank you. Coach Farmer, if I still call it the new gym, I mean no disrespect, but years and years and years of saying new gym is gonna, but it's gonna be an honor trying to change it. So,
Let me say something before we move on. Let me embarrass Coach Farmer a little bit. So it's hilarious. I called Donna probably, I don't know, a week ago or so, maybe 2 weeks ago, to see if she could get him over here. And then I can hear him, like through the phone. And I'm like, he can't hear me, right? And then she starts talking crazy talk. And I didn't know if she was like joking around with me or had dementia. Wasn't sure. But anyway, then she sneaks outside and calls me. So we had this little plan to get him over here. So he thinks he's coming over here to do, I don't know exactly what he thought he was coming for tonight. So I just appreciate that he actually showed up. I think he thought he was coming to advocate for me, so, which is great. Appreciate that, Coach. But I want to say quickly before you leave, because I'm sure you're not going to hang around and listen to everything else, but if you play for Coach Farmer, you understand the legacy that he left on Fannin County. And you never mention girls basketball without his name being simultaneously attached to it. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is they think that he just had 30 years of talent. I don't think people understand that's not actually how it was. He may have had talented years, but I don't know how many times I heard people say, oh man, Coach Farmer's going to struggle the next year. And he didn't. He never did. So he was so good at taking people that you may not see as being like the most talented, and he would just, well, for lack of better words, drag it out of you one way or the other. So there was always some guarantees that was going to be with Coach Farmer. You're going to respect him, you're going to give your best effort, and you're probably going to be in the best shape of your life. So this county really does love him, and we appreciate everything that you did for this school system, because people don't understand, especially in those days, and I've heard some hilarious stories from him as an adult, but back in those days, you go like a state championship game or like deep into the playoffs. It wasn't YouTube. You didn't call people up and have videos sent. Like he'd be driving like 6 or 8 hours, which cracks me up to say this, but like 6 or 8 hours one way, meeting somebody at a truck stop to get a VHS tape to drive back to Fannin County for 6 or 8 hours. That's not something that is typical. So not many coaches are driving to Florida and back to get one single game to get prepared for the next game that he had to play. So the level of dedication it takes to get to where you're at takes some sacrifice somewhere. So we appreciate you, and it's an honor to name this building after you.
thank you. Thank you, Coach. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is to approve the resolution to amend the 2024-2025 school calendar. Mr. Danner?
This is a formality. Back at the, whenever the school calendar was first approved, whenever that was, it was for 180 school days. So on that April the 11th, I think it was, that we had the wreck up here at Lakewood intersection. We canceled school because pretty much a third of the county didn't have power. So that made us only have 179 school days. So this is a resolution to make it illegal and everything else too. So it's not rescinding the 180, it's just saying that you approve the 179 academic days for the school year.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
So we have a recommendation to approve resolution to amend the 2024-2025 school calendar. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Danner. Next item on the agenda is to approve the community eligibility provision, CEP. Ms. Martha?
Good evening again, Board. So this evening I come to you to tell you about a little bit about community eligibility provision and where we are with that. So the community eligibility provision is a USDA program, and it is something that allows for us to feed our students both breakfast and lunch at no cost. It is something that we have to apply for every 4 years. So last year was our first year of CEP, and so this is the first complete year of the cycle, which means we have 3 remaining years based on what we currently know. So USDA has an annual notification about CEP eligibility, and it's published, this year we released it on April the 15th. It utilizes data from our FRL 001, which is basically our FTE count along with students' eligibilities based on whether or not they are qualifying for direct certification. And I know that many of you are new on the board, so I wanted to give you due service to explain what that means. So directly certified students are those students who receive benefits through a federal program such as SNAP or TANF. They may be migrant, they could be homeless. And so those students, I receive a list from the state every month so that we make sure that we are providing free meals for them regardless of CEP. There have been some rule changes that allowed for Fannin County schools to become CEP eligible. And it's important to know these because we're living in a very different time right now. There's a lot of things going on federally, and this is a federal program. And so I think it's important to note that up until last year, we were not allowed to count our students who received Medicaid for free lunches. So if you were a family in a household with Medicaid, you still had to complete a free and reduced lunch form. When that rule changed, it allowed for our numbers of students being directly certified to increase substantially. And so that change, along with a federal government change that said if you have 25% or greater of your population who are directly certified, then you qualify to be a CEP school district. So with those 2 parameters, Fannin County then became eligible to become CEP, and we made that decision last year. And with that, we are now able to offer the free breakfast and lunch. So the reason I come to you tonight is because there is an obligation of the school board to any district who is CEP, and that is that if my funding in school nutrition is not significant enough to actually supply for the entire department, that you all are responsible for making sure that we are not negative. We cannot have bad debt. And that is the first comment up there with the 7 CFR, that CEP requires that a local education authority, which is Fannin County Schools, must pay with non-federal funds any costs of offering free meals to all students that exceed the federal assistance provided. So I don't want to enter into this ever without fully disclosing that there are absolutely lots of rules that go with this program. Qualifying does not always mean that it's the best choice. As you all know, you may qualify to buy a $500,000 home, but that might not be a really good choice. And so each year, I go back, I reassess, and we keep working towards this and being sustainable. We want to be, I desire to be fiscally responsible and transparent about how all of this works with you all, and would be glad to explain it further if you have any questions as well after even this program. So our data, as of last April, which is when the data is collected for CEP, 1,638 out of our 2,833 students at that time of enrollment were DC free, which meant that 57.82% of all of our children were either on Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, homeless, migrant. For every 10 students that are DC free, the USDA has done a study, and they know that if 10 students were free based on DC, if they went and collected applications from everyone in a class, then 6 other students in that class would also be free. And so there is a multiplier. It's called the 1.6 multiplier. And with that multiplier applied to our percentage, that means that right now I'm able to claim 92.51% of our students as free and 7.49% of our students as paid. And what I mean by that is that for every meal that we sell in the lunchroom, for every child who comes through our line, I'm able to receive a $4.54 reimbursement for those 92.51% of the time, and I receive 53 cents 7.49% of the time. And those funds are meant to sustain our entire department. With board approval this year, we will renew our CEP status for all schools in Fannin for SY26. I will continue to seek other grant fundings similar to what I had with the local Foods for School, which did make national news. It is no longer a program for next year. I will also continue with our farm to school and our school garden initiatives. Y'all know that I love to farm, I love to garden, and I love having this in our schools, so we're going to keep working on that diligently. But should changes occur that make CEP not feasible for us, I will return to you. Because as you all know, there is a lot of legislation going on right now that is federal legislation, and I want to make sure that we are making good decisions, because what we think isn't always what it is. So reimbursable meals, they're nutritious, they're convenient, and they're free for every single student in our system right now. And with your approval tonight, we will pursue CEP again for next year unless something changes in how this is going to work.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And what I hear you saying is with the recent changes in the federal government, and since this is a federal program, we are currently undergoing changes all the time as we speak, and we haven't been made privy to those at this moment.
That is correct.
So, but we do want to seek under these guidelines to continue to move forward like they will remain the same. And if they don't, then we will come back to the board. But we're also asking the board to fiscally commit any funds that would be needed in order to keep the school nutrition funds in balance.
That is correct. We cannot have a negative balance or bad debt.
So, with that said, Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
Board, do I have a motion to approve the community eligible provision?
I'm glad to make that motion.
Thank you, sir. Do I
Real
have a
glad.
second? Any second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion?
I'd like to go back on the one slide, just for a clarification. Could you open that back up? Okay, that right there. All right, so we're receiving in reimbursement $4.54 for 92% of 92.5% of the lunches, basically of the lunches we serve.
That is correct.
Would I be right there?
That is correct.
All right. And 53 cents on the other,
That is correct.
but nobody's paying for that.
That is correct.
No one's paying for lunch.
No student.
students.
No student is paying for lunch.
That is correct.
Unless your kid goes back and gets 3 or 4 hot dogs.
That is correct too.
And that'll be the next agenda item.
That is correct too.
Okay, so, but if they do go back, that's actually, I mean, an add-on question. If they do go back, they're charged for a second or third or.
They are, and that cost is then allocated at the actual cost of the product.
And this program, you said, was for 4 years. We revisit our eligibility every year.
Annually, I must submit to the state, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, we'll account a little bit for those extra hot dogs. So, Ms. William, if you will help us with approving school nutrition meal prices for school year 25-26.
Certainly. You had a really great question, Mr. Bourne, about the price. So when we are serving our adults, which we love to do, and we try very hard to do things for our adults because we know they're in the building. I've been in that building for over 20 years as well. It's nice to have an opportunity to go eat in the cafeteria. When we do serve our adults, many people wonder, well, why do you come up with the price that you charge adults? And all of that is geared towards this entire first very technical paragraph, and it all goes back to the CFR and federal code. And essentially what that federal code says, condensed, is that when we are charging an adult or we are charging someone else for a meal, we must make sure that the funds that we receive federally are not subsidizing that adult meal. So that adult meal cannot have anything cut from the cost of what it really is for us. And that has to include the labor of my employees to prepare it. And anything that we have, our utensils, anything that is supporting the program has to be a portion of that plate cost. And so that is how we derive the adult fee, is to back into what our true cost for our labor, our groceries, our products, our supplies, in order to prepare that meal. So we don't have to make money, but we need not to lose money. So next year I'm proposing that we will continue with what we have done this year, which is that every student's meal, their first meal, is free. And so with that, that's the very first sheet. And then an adult breakfast would be $2.75, and an adult lunch is $5.50. On the second page of the attachment, you will notice that a student's second meal is the same price as the adult meal. And that is why that is roughly the average of what the investment is to prepare that meal. And likewise, the same for our adult lunches, which I know all of you who eat out know that $5.50 is a tremendous value to be able to eat an entire meal in our cafeterias. So with your permission this evening, we will keep the same meal charges as we did last year. Again, unless we have to come back and revisit it for other changes beyond our control today.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You won't find nothing that good for that price in Blue Ridge.
We try very hard to make a very good meal for our folks every day.
I think it's pretty good. We eat up at the school this week on Ramsey's Tab. And they had hamburgers, or you could get chili in a sandwich or a salad. So I got a hamburger. And
He cost you
fries,
extra. I'm gonna go ahead and tell
and
you
I
his
got
plate
chili
was
in
high.
a sandwich, and I got a salad.
I will assure you, you
Sorry,
do not
Ramsey.
cost Ramsey any more than Ramsey costs himself. He is a loyal supporter of our cafeterias, and we thank him.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
Board, we have a recommendation to approve school nutrition meal prices for school year 2025-2026. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor by raised hand. It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Ms. Williams wants to talk about school nutrition equipment as salvage.
Well, guys, it's good to see you again. I told you you'd be tired of me. So this is the last order of business for nutrition for a while. We were very, very fortunate to be able to replace a steamer that had gone really, really, really badly. And we were able to do that with SPLOST funds. And I'm asking for you to salvage the equipment that we did have. Our maintenance crew says making it surplus would be a hazard to anyone. And so I come to you tonight to ask you to allow me to salvage a Market Forged steamer. It is 15 years old, which sadly is the life of a commercial steamer.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for doing your due diligence to make sure that it could not be surplus before going to salvage. So, Mr. Chair, with that said, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
Board, we have a recommendation to approve school nutrition equipment as salvage. I will make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is to approve school quarterly financial reports, and I will have Ms. Collis pull those up. Ms. Wynn is actually currently attending the Gaines Conference, which is a very important financial annual conference for school finance directors. And with that said, Ms. Collis, if you will just go through the quarterly reports. I can't see that far, Ms. Collis, so if you could tell me the name of the schools, please, ma'am.
I can make it bigger.
Thank you. So we have the high school, and if you'll just scroll down and pause at where the signatures are at the balance, so.
Blue Ridge Elementary.
Thank you.
Next is East Fannin.
Thank you.
West Fannin.
Thank you.
Fannin Middle. Fannin High.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve school quarterly financial reports as presented.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, we have a recommendation to approve the school quarterly financial reports. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the quarterly financial reports.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is to approve district financial report. And this is for month ending March 31, 2025. The first page is expenditures from the general fund. Second page, I've got mine pulled up now, Ms. Collis, is from capital projects. Next page is special revenues. And then we have school nutrition. Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve district financial report for March, ending March 31st, 2025.
So, Board, we have a recommendation to approve the district financial report. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is just to give you an update on the last SPLOST collection. And Ms. Collis, if you will, it was 800,000. Can you, mine's coming up. I can't see that. It is $895,863.14. So thank you, and thank you to our community for continuing to support SPLOST. Mr. Chair, next item on the agenda is to approve the purchase of a multi-purpose white fleet vehicle. And Mr. Drury, if you will come forward, please, sir.
Good evening, Board. Ms. Dillard. What's this thing?
I don't know, I can't track it.
I can talk loud. We want to ask for a multi-purpose white fleet vehicle and kind of explain what that is. We're looking to have a vehicle to add to our white fleet that would fall under several categories. One that would fall under the new statutes that will allow us to transport students in a vehicle that's 5 to 8 passenger. So we decided on asking for a truck here because, one, that would give us the ability to haul up to 5 people at a time in that vehicle. So it would, when we say multi-purpose, it could be something where Ms. Sheena and Ms. Tara could transport students if they need to take them to an appointment without having to drive a activity bus or to schedule a regular school bus.
And those 2 people are social services.
Social services. We would also equip it that it could pull a small trailer. So of course, if CTAE needed to pull a trailer, band needed to pull a small trailer, they could check that vehicle out and still be able to accommodate a couple of students if they need to take somewhere. Sometimes we have, students who do very specialized things, and we're having to take a school bus to meet somebody to take 1 or 2 students to go do something because of the statutes we have to follow. So this vehicle would do that. It would give us, we would have up to 7 years, 100,000 miles that it would be eligible to haul students. And then our thought in that is if it's a truck and it's a 4-wheel drive vehicle, we could take that vehicle at that point and then put it into our maintenance fleet. And we could still get a lot of use out of that vehicle. It would still be a very viable vehicle to continue using that way. So we really kind of thought this out, that how can we get the most bang for our buck, that we could get a lot of different uses out of a particular vehicle. So that's why we settled on a truck for this request. Right now, we're very limited in our ability with vehicles that can take small groups of students. We really have our FFA truck is really the only one, and we have our driver's ed vehicle, which is dedicated to driver's ed, of course. So,
and the other 8-passenger.
Yes.
Would not a small.
But yes, ma'am. So I would like to recommend to the board to approve a 2023 Ford F-150 4x4 Super Crew truck from Brandon Motor Company in Unadilla, Georgia. The purchase of the F-150 truck is $40,100. The total cost will be paid from SPLOST funds. The truck will be purchased utilizing the statewide contract with the Georgia Department of Administrative Services. And that's the reason we use this particular company out of, I've never heard this place till we bought a vehicle there for Unadilla, Georgia, but they're a commercial fleet dealer for the most part, and they do enough volume that they can price us on the commercial state contract pricing, which gives us the best deal. And this one is actually is the same vehicle we bought for our driver's ed back in the fall, but because of it being 2023, they're trying to liquidate. We were able to get a much better deal on this one. So we're getting a 4x4 Super Crew truck for $40,100, which I would say is a pretty good deal for that type of vehicle. So.
Thank you, sir. And then the transportation department maintains our white fleet, is that
Yes, that vehicle will be, just like we use our activity buses, the plan for that is it'll be housed there, keys will be kept there, and they will do a trip request just like they would do for a bus or a vehicle, and they request it, and we would, check it out to whoever needs it and make sure we keep the maintenance. Anytime you're transporting students, the maintenance, of course, becomes a lot more stricter as well, so it will be maintained under those guidelines that the state has set forth.
Thank you, sir. With that said, Mr. Chair, I make a recommendation to approve as presented.
So board, we have a recommendation to approve the purchase of a multi-purpose white fleet vehicle. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we purchase.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I have some discussion.
Yes, sir.
The fact that it's a 2023 and we are guided by those guidelines, the fact that we are now 2025, how does that work into, is it doing it by mileage?
It's mileage and years. So basically it's 10 years, 100,000 miles that you can haul a student
From purchase?
From the data manufacturer. So we'd have 7 years or 100,000 miles on this. Yes, sir.
That was my point.
Yes, sir.
Is that it's a great deal, but we're going to be
Yes, sir.
squeezed on 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that's why we wanted to go with the truck. So when that 7 years is up, we can roll it into the maintenance program.
It's only smart. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, sir. But yes, sir. We don't put that many miles on it, so it would more than likely the 7 years would get to us before the 100,000 miles. Yes.
Yes, sir. And when we talked with Sheena and Tara, the two primary people that serve our children for social services, we asked them if a truck would serve their purposes for this very reason, as knowing that it was the most physically sound solution for the long run, and they both agreed that it would be.
They also go into a lot of bad driveways and stuff like that, so we needed a four-wheel drive. So it works, but it works well when its purpose is used and we have to get another one, we can roll it into something else.
Yes. I mean, for up here, I wouldn't recommend anything other than all-wheel drive or 4x4 for what we have to do.
All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Chair, I would like to request executive session for personnel and safety, and with your consent, I would like to invite back Lynn Doss, Darvin Couch, Darren Danner, and Scott Ramsey.
Yes, ma'am. Board, I have a recommendation to go into executive session. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Have a motion
I'll
and a
second it.
second. All in favor by a raised hand? It is unanimous.
And we're just
session. Madam Superintendent, personnel.
Yes, sir. Next time on the agenda, everybody's personnel sheet is open. It was confirmed. First items on the agenda is resignation, and if no one objects, I'd like to take these collectively. All right, that is Jessica Brogdon and Lisa Kelleher, both effective 5/28/2025. Rebecca Irwin, effective 5/29/2025. I ain't saying the next one.
I am shaking my head.
We're not-
Hey, if
we're not
I
approving this
don't
one.
make the recommendation, y'all can't vote, right?
Right.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, you're out of luck, girl.
Dr. Connie Huff, effective 6/30/2025.
The next one too's hard.
Yep.
Cindy Barnes, effective 8/31/2025. Mr. Chair, I make that recommendation.
Board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm reluctant, but I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, ma'am. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next set of recommendations I'd like to take collectively if there's not an objection, and they're all pending completion of paperwork, background check, and training requirements. The first set are all effective school year 2025-2026, and they're all professional staff, and that would be Stephanie Bougele, Joshua Culberson, William Stone, and Summer Taylor. Mr. Chair, I make that recommendation.
I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next position is pending completion of paperwork, background check, and training requirements. It's a classified position for school year 2025-2026, and it is Aaron Vogel. Mr. Chair, I make that recommendation.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir. Second? All in
Second.
favor? Adam's got a second. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Thank you. Next recommendation is for substitute employees, pending completion of paperwork, background check, and training requirements. And I have one recommendation of Emma Buchanan for substitute office staff effective 6/1/2025. Mr. Chair, I make that recommendation.
Board, do I have a motion?
So move.
I'll second that. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Mr. Chair, if we could skip down to recommendations for the student work program, and these are all pending completion of paperwork and all school program requirements, effective 6/1/2025 to 5/31/2026, all student workers. It's Brianna Adcott, Castle Barnett, Toby Bell, Nellie Nations, and Carly Sams. Mr. Chair, I make that recommendation.
Board, do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor by raised hand? It is unanimous.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then we'll go back to transfers, and these are for informational purposes only. We have positions posted, and they are being filled with internal transfers. And that is Ellen Fay, classified school year 25-26. In fact, all of these are 25-26. Maggie Hall, classified. Kimberly Payne, classified. And then Crystal Stoff, professional staff for school year 2025-2026. So, thank you, sir. With that, that is the conclusion of personnel. Next item on the agenda is superintendent and board member comments. Superintendent comments is, it's nice to have a night where you have so many people to celebrate that you can't fit them all in the house.
Amen to that.
And we spent a lot of time celebrating We Are Fannin Week this week, but there's one group that I haven't specifically celebrated yet, and that is our admin team, both school level and district level. You all do a lot of work and don't get recognized for it often, and I wanted to publicly thank each and every one of you for showing up every day and doing what you do. With that, I want to say we are Fannin, we are family. Together we will build a stronger future, one student at a time. Mr. Chair.
Ms. Weeks.
All righty. We didn't get to say it when they were here, but just congratulations to our valedictorian and salutatorian, our teachers of the year. I still think it's just a cool idea that your own peers get to vote for you as Teacher of the Year. So I always thought that was super cool. So congratulations to all those. Dr. Ramsey, you did a great job with, and faster than I anticipated you going, by the way. So I was thinking at least in my timeline, like 40 minutes. So great job there. But honestly, you do such a good job. I'm super glad that I get to be around there again next year, because you really do just a phenomenal job on that campus, and your staff highly respects you, and it's evident you're a great leader. So I appreciate that. And then all of our kids, our tennis teams, weightlifting, band, it's awesome to have all them in here. And obviously, she's talking about staff appreciation. It was awesome this week to get to see face-to-face probably 90% of the staff, and just lay eyes on them and tell them how much we appreciate them, because sometimes I don't think people understand that however long you've taught school or been around kids in any way, you just have millions of tiny little interactions that you don't even think about. One little thing you say or one little thing you do shapes these people, these students and people and your coworkers, sometimes forever. And you don't realize how much of an effect that actually has on somebody. So those tiny interactions you may or may not even realize or take for granted how important they are. So I genuinely want to tell every one of you guys, and then every staff person that works for Fannin County Schools, just how much they really are appreciated. So thank you guys.
I'll try to make mine a little short and sweet. I wanted to say I enjoyed my week, getting to go around to the schools, and I truly do appreciate our staff, as Ashley has said. I said it then, I'll say it now. Getting to go around, you truly see how much above and beyond that you guys go, pouring love and work and effort into our kids and stuff, and it's just, I love it. And I thank you guys so much, and I've told everybody, like, I'm your biggest fan. You guys are awesome, and I got kids in the school too, and it's not just about them; it's about all of them. And you guys really do way more than people realize, and I appreciate that. And I see a few in here that I didn't get to see. Miss Jenny Tipton, Scotty, Miss Collis, I thank you guys too, because I didn't get to see y'all this week. Everything that you guys do, it all works well. You guys go above and beyond, and I appreciate you guys. And Dr. Ramsey, thank you. Everything that's going on, I try to go to as many things as I can. I always see you there. You go above and beyond. And thank you for what you presented to us today. Congratulations on all your success, on everything that's going on at the high school. Thank you for all that you pour in, and it's very much appreciated. And thanks to the school board members. I know we've been working hard, and I'm okay with that. We're working hard for a good reason, and I appreciate everything and the time that you guys have put in too, because it's been a lot. And and I also want to say something real quick before I'm done, that even though we go into executive session and we're in there for a while and stuff, these things are going to come back out. So we're not hiding anything, but there's some things that we have to do in a certain way. But there's a lot of good things coming down the line, and I want our community to know that we're not hiding anything. We just can't bring it out until it's time to bring it out. But we got a lot of things that we're working on, and we're working hard for you guys, and we appreciate our community, appreciate our schools, and love y'all. Thank y'all.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
My comments will be very similar as well. This week I've had the opportunity to speak to a lot of folks at the school, and it's been a privilege. It's been a privilege to walk through the schools in action and see them in action and see the students and the teachers interact. I've been a part of this system in one way or the other for 40 years. And it's this opportunity has really afforded me a deeper understanding of the job that you guys do. So I just want to say, it's hard to express my gratitude for the entire organization outside of just saying thank you. So thank you to the entire organization for everything that you do. I think that Dr. Ramsey's presentation is indicative of the work that the entire school system does. I I stopped writing down notes on the successes. I got my pencil lead broke and I ran out of pen. So you see these kids at the upper levels, at the success that we're seeing at the high school level, and guys, that doesn't happen in 4 years. That happens from pre-K on. Just thank you for all the work that everybody does, from the bus drivers to the admin team. And again, we did miss some of you guys, and I apologize. That was certainly inadvertent. But just thank you. Thank you for everything you do. I hope we have a wonderful graduation with fantastic weather, and I certainly look forward to being there.
Ditto. I don't want to say what they've already said. Anyhow, I want to call 2 people out tonight, and then I'll tell you why after I call them out. I want to call out this man right here and his wife, Deb. I was on Facebook the other day, and I saw him, Miss Deb, and 2 of his employees, I think it was, serving lunch to teachers. Thank you. Now, that ain't the only year that I've seen it. I think he does it every year. Thank you again for what you do. Anyhow, all of our children that we had in here tonight, that's what it's all about. That's what makes me tick. Thank all the principals for being here, our bus drivers, all our precious cargo, and they do a good job. Mr. Ramsey, great presentation. Now let me tell you something. I seen you up there marking on the wall trying to put "We Are Fannin." If you need any help, holler at me. I'm a sign man. I can get it put on there. Anyhow, Dr. Connie Huff, I'm going to tell you something. You may leave your position, and I'm trying to be honest with you. There's nobody that will ever cover it like you. Thank you for all the work you've done. And I know you're just like my wife when she was in school. You come to school, you didn't feel good, but you came anyhow. That's for the children. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Miss Williams, keep up the good work. It's all you, Matt.
Thank you, sir. And I'll try not to repeat any of that either, but Miss Cindy Newton, if you didn't realize she had had something written out for us, she didn't get the opportunity to speak on that. I think I made her nervous. Mr. Barnes left, and I did contact the office of Andrew Clyde as well as John Ossoff, who have failed to return any emails or phone calls concerning the situation he's working out. Thankful for the athletes of what they do, but it's the first time since I've been on the board we've had the band. We've had people from the band, but it's the first time it was the band. And I don't know if y'all really got the concept, but everything you saw was the band, the music, the birds flying. That was the band making the noise when you see them birds fly up. Every voice, that was our kids that were doing every bit of that whole segment. They're literally going to be in the credits of that movie to hand down to their grandkids. Hey, we were in that movie back when we was in high school. I think that's pretty awesome. Miss Martha, I know that job, sometimes people don't realize what you do in making it available, hard to find, hard to buy. You can't go to Ingles and get the stuff that you get. So we kind of get stuck there, but I want to say thank you that you keep our kids fed, and there's never been a time I've been there when it hasn't been quality food. So thank you so much for what you do. And with that, I would entertain a motion to dismiss.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Third.
All in favor? It is unanimous.
I love how you always do that one.
I'm gonna keep that as long as I can.